You know what? I decided to go back to no music in the background so that you guys can supplement your own music instead of me having to choose it. So, we are live after all. Game jams galore. So many game jams. You know, somebody brought me, well, Freddie actually, our musician, brought attention to another game jam that's coming up end of the month or beginning of the February, the video game donkey studio. So pirate jamming, Twitch. So there's a consideration. You know, part of me is like, there's never not going to be game jam that I won't want to work on. Hi, McCory. You are first. Hey, Dev Kaiser. Welcome, welcome. Brainsep, hello, hello. Gee, I haven't even gotten my links yet for the video, but we are working here. Wow, you guys jumped on real quick. Well, glad to see you here. Hello, Dev Kaiser. Oh, I am tired. My trainer really worked me today. So I'm like weak. Oh, gee. I feel like my face is really bright right now. Let me see here. Let me adjust my brightness. Because I don't look this bright in real life. I have more color in my face. There it is. It's a little better, right? I think I'm going to lower the table as well. Boom. Oh, but yes. Here we are. Continuing our Pirate Jam idea. I have been working on the art first because, you know, the game design doc demands some planning. So, Dev Kaiser says, guess who left AWS? I'm guessing Dev Kaiser. Well, congrats on your freedom. Uh, and, you know I was like, okay, well, never going back to big tech, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, well, I do need money, blah, blah, blah. So maybe I will go back eventually if I do run out of money. And then this thing hasn't worked out. But like the recent events, is really not making me encouraged. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't want to be part of this anymore. Anyways, here's our main character with the little blood mage. We got I was able to design 3 different types of enemy right here: tanker, DPS, and support, and what they're intended to do. So we got some design here. We got that little tanker enemy with little DPS enemy. So I was making the support enemy here. And the little concept is that they're basically this like green thing. Enemies end up being mainly green, but with the little partial mask thing. We're really going with this theme of mask. Um, so hopefully this works out. But yeah, here we are. Well, congrats anyways, Dev Kaiser, on your escape. Dev Kaiser says, hell yeah, lol. People are jumping ship for smaller to mid-sized companies. I just start working on my game. Danka danka. Yes, yes. Honestly, I also recently had one of my good friends that I worked in previous team in Amazon who's been there for a while. I think like he's like L7 now, L8. I don't know, whatever, somewhere around there. And he left too. Granted, he didn't really go to a morally better place, but he does have a family. So I'll give him that. But yeah, things are happening. And I'm so glad that you were able to escape. Let's see. I think generally speaking, we're saying the light source is coming from the top left, if I can help it, as you can see. So we're going to put, I'm going to, I'm a little reluctant to do a full animation on everything because I don't have time for that, I don't think. Um, so we're going to have to make some sacrifices here. But yeah, excuse me for my sneezing. Yeah, here we are. I guess we could fill it up with this. And maybe this. And do one of these things. A little. There you go. Little orby orb. I wonder if I need to outline this one at all for clarity. You know, outlining a pixel art is always a tricky thing because it really helps with the clarity, but artistically speaking, it's not the best thing to do, you know? So it's always a bit of a choice, I have to say. Like I could get away with doing something like this. But if I'm going to do that anyways, why outline it at all? Stylistically, I've been outlining everything, so I kind of need to match that, I think, at least. So I'll probably do that at least. Boop, boop. Oh, not that. This. It shouldn't be that dark, technically. We're all surviving here. Jeez. Mikori on YouTube says, finally got the iPad and Apple Pencil. It's so nice. Oh, great. I'm glad that you got all your gears ready now. Ready to study up and join the industry. You know, as I said before, I'm rushing over here, Mikori, so you don't have to join a soul-sucking company in order to get experience. So I can be like, all right, anybody who's in the tech industry that is my viewer, I will hire you. That would be the goal, right? Dev Kaiser says perfection. Bless you. Thanks. Protos says hello, as and fans. What? Are you saying you are not the fan? Are you not a fan? Anyways, hi, Protos. Oh, wait. Why do I hear myself all of a sudden? Okay, get that out of there. Ooh, that was weird. But yeah, thanks. I do kind of like the art style so far. I'm not gonna prioritize animating. That is not part of my MVP. Look at all these things. Oh yeah, I gotta listen to the music. So I'm working with this. Obviously, I work with Freddie, but I also work with recent James is his name, I think. Reached out to me to do some collab or like to get experience. I was like, oh, this would be cool if we do collab. And then last minute, I was like, well, I need music. Hey, James, are you interested in participating in this thing? I was like, give me some like, what is it, Castlevania vibe, and just a few loops. So I received it. I haven't listened to it yet, so let's take a listen real quick. Um, Weird. It's not. Oh, it's over here. Okay. I could work with that. Yeah, that sounds good. Perfect. Perfect for the game jam. All right. So I'll download that. Let's see. Mikori says, by the way, I sent the engraving of the pencil in Discord. Let's see. We have our members channel. To be or not to be. Love that. Nice. Now you can actually like draw on your iPad and stuff. Everybody's like really regaling the beauty and ease of use of Procreate and how it unlocks. Oh my gosh, that was really loud. I'm gonna have to reduce the volume, but I do appreciate whatever just happened. Yay! Thanks for the community sub, Dev Kaiser. gifted tier 1 sub to Tom Millman. Wow. Thanks, Kaiser. Appreciate that. Love getting supports here. Did the counter go up? Anyways, I was doing something in the middle of it. Oh, I was saying that the volume is too loud, right? OBS volume is crazy. I'll lower that. Scared me quite a bit. Maybe OBS needs to be over here, honestly. That's, I mean, that's kind of chat. And then I'll lower that. And this should be over here, I think, system sound. Whatever system sound is. Cool. Subscribed at tier 1. Ooh, thanks for tier 1 sub as well. For 3 months. Wow. Look at that. It's crazy to think that I actually have subscribers that are like continuing on, you know. It's a small step, but it's a step towards making this dream come true. and then hopefully I can hire some of you guys, right? All right, I'm gonna use the red thing. I'm gonna do this quarter mask for the supporter thing. I think the main color is this. Oops. And then the dark color here. And then this is gonna kind of... This feels too saturated. Well, it's okay, I think. And then we'll put a little bit of... Whoa, Hype Train! What's going on? I'm trying my best. Thanks for the Prime sub. Oh, Mikori, thanks for the resub. Yo, it's going. Get on that Hype Train, I guess. Can I get on my own Hype Train? Is that a thing I can do? I know Twitch sometimes tries not to make it so that the creators can, like, do things. I've learned the hard way the other day. But I love to do that. Here, let me give some sub. Can I do that? Can I just gift 1 sub? Gift 5 sub. It says I saved money, so I'll do that. Everybody's gonna get gifted here. If I can figure it out. Thanks, I'm trying my best. Wait, who is I'm trying my best? Is that a second account for someone, or is that someone new? Thanks. Thanks for the sub. Okay, here. I'm gonna do 5 gifted. Pay. And then maybe I'll do 5 more later in the day today. I'll probably figure this out. I'm trying my best says, nah, I'm just a random guy. Not anymore. You ain't. You're not just random anymore. You're part of our community now. Thanks. Thanks for the sub. Mikori says, yeah, it's awesome. Can't wait till 27 to 28. It's when the MacBook arrives. Chose to get Apple stuff over Windows, Android since I already had an iPhone and watch. I mean, can't help it. Also, developing in MacBook is kind of nice, actually, if you get used to it. Wow, Dev Kaiser. Another gifted. Lovely. Thanks, y'all. Okay, but I still haven't confirmed. Is the counter going up or not? Or is it just staying still? But yeah, anyways. So many subs, yeah. What a good day. Hello, celebration. All right. So we got to think about the shape of these masks. So like the round ones are easier, right? Because you can't have these like type of roundedness, but this is like flat. So we got to make sure the flatness shows through. I kind of want to do this, right? Like an angled out, kind of like this, right? Oh, my arm's so sore. So let's do that. And then that means we're probably going to highlight this direction, like a little angled out, maybe this way. Let's try that. Let's see how that looks. That doesn't look half bad. I'm just going to commit to it now. There you go. And then maybe like a deep set here. Boom, boom. Oh, lovely. Um, thanks for the follow, Scott Betters. Scott Betters. Yeah. Dev Kaiser says all the subs. Sub day. Yeah, exactly. Sub day. Love it. Um, Roro says so more followers to go. Oh yeah, one more follower for another goal. We're making our ways here. We're coming on up. Beautiful. Okay. Um, it is exciting. Then we're making base as oh another follow. Holly Luck. Thanks for the follow. And we have reached our 480 goal. Beautiful. It is a good day today. You know, speaking of it is a good day today, in Brood War, StarCraft, I don't know if you guys are old enough to know the original StarCraft Brood War, the one that started it all. Um, there's a air attack only unit called Corsair in Protoss. And for the longest time, I thought he says, because I mean, when I started playing the game, I didn't know English, right? So the voice line he says is that it is good day to die, or something like that. It is good day to die, or something like that. I thought he was saying it is good day today. So I was like, oh, what a nice person. But alas, it was my foolishness. I'm just trying to remember the kind of neutral color here, non-highlight color. And then the shadow down here. I'm not sure the general shape of the face. I don't know if it should be blank or filled in. Let's see. We'll do one of these things. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe it does need to be filled in a little bit. We'll lower this out a little bit. And then maybe a little blank. Blank color could be kind of interesting here. Like the face actually doesn't exist. It's pretending to have a face. Could be interesting here. And we'll blend it out a little bit. Maybe it needs to be brighter in the highlight area, so I have actual room to color. Ooh, you earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. What is that? I'm so new to these, like, what do you call? Ooh, choo choo. Batter up. Nice. Nice. Look at us. Look at us go, everyone. Thanks for hopping on the hype train, whoever did. Lovely. Look at that. Proto says, greatest game of all time, no cap. Yeah, StarCraft, honestly, it had it all at the time. It started it all, and nothing, I think, came ever, like, close. I don't think it was the end all be all RTS game. I don't think anything ever came close to, like, competing with it in terms of, like, just how good it was. I don't know if it's nostalgia talking, but that's how I feel, at least. Process, well, at least until your game is completed. Exactly, right? Once my game is completed, we have to say my game is the greatest. No. Clearly not. I'm not delusioned. But it's good to hope and dream here. Let's see. I think this is okay. I feel like it needs a little bit more division and definition on this. Maybe I need to put a dark line instead. I don't know. Something about this feels a little bit weird. Like the mask doesn't stand out, but it might be because I'm red-green color blind, and it is basically reddish color and greenish color here. So when I'm zoomed out, it feels like the mask doesn't pop out of the face part. Unless I have to do the full thing. You know what? I'll do the full thing. Why not? Just something about it doesn't feel right, so I think I'm gonna just do that. Like, there you go. That's not too bad. And then we'll stand up. I don't know what his head shape is, but it's there. Huh? Not sure what this is all about, but it is there. Oh, maybe he's shiny. This makes it look like it's shiny. He's got a shiny little cone. There you go. And then lower this down. And then we'll do actual shadow down here. And then we'll do one of these things to make it look like it's scaled. There you go. Cool. Dev Kaiser says a highlight on the mask might help it pop. Now that we have it, I think we can afford to do a little highlight. Then we'll round it out a little bit like that. There you go. Good suggestion. I think it works. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think his head is a little bit too... Here you go. And then we'll put a little bit of thing here. I'm going to try to simplify these colors here. Then do one of these things. I don't want too much blending. Too much blending could be too much. What a weird thing to say. Too much can be too much. Okay, this is good. Yay, I helped, Seth Dev Kaiser. You indeed did. Deep Squat and Hydrate by McQuarrie. Dude, like, I'm actually so tired and fatigued. I couldn't do... Well, I guess today was push day, so I did a lot of pushing with my upper body, so I guess my leg might be okay. All right, let's do a quick squat over here. 12, right? I'm trying my best as, wow, how is choosing colors even possible if you're colorblind? I'm not entirely colorblind. I'm red-green colorblind, and I am red-green very, like, minor amount. It's just hard to distinguish them when they're together. It's hard to explain, because it's like, I can identify them if they're by themselves. All right. 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my god. 12. Well, that last one was a little suspicious, but I did what I could. 12. Deep squats. Whew. All right. Back to game dev, now that my heart rate is up. I think the best state to be in when developing is to have a high heart rate. I think. Fruit Superman says, into the Spire or slay the breach. Slay the beach? Slay the beach. I mean, thematically, it's still Blood Mage related. For those of you who's catching up on the game right now, I do need help with the title a little bit. So the Game Jam theme right now is you are the weapon. That was a Game Jam theme. So the idea we came up with was card game, but instead of using like mana as a resource to play the card, player is using their own life, like own health, right? So I said Blood Mage. But one interesting thing is that instead of playing the card game like this, where you can just like directly attack things all the time, it's on a grid base, kind of like isometric tile map. So you're actually playing Into the Breach, but instead of having your actions be like the set actions every time, but you're drawing from the card deck. So you're making a combo with your cards, blah, 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 blah. So I think there could be a lot of interesting things because not only can you make a card to do a lot thing all at once in a single turn, right? Because that's the beauty of making a combo is that you do a bunch of stuff together. And then it makes your experience of like strategizing and making a card deck interesting, depending on what you want to do. So that's where we're at with the game. I have a bunch of effects and what do you call, kind of like the keywords mechanics already kind of settled on, but I haven't put together any of these effects together to make a card and a card name yet. But right now I'm working through the art because I designed some enemy type and what they're supposed to do. So I'm going to do the sprites first, and then we'll go from there. Hey, Godot. Long time no see. We're on a hype train. We were on a hype train. You missed the gifted sub. Sorry. Dev Kaiser says, I did a lot of eating pot stickers today. Lovely. We love eating pot stickers. I hope it was a very crispy and nicely filled pot stickers. Dev Kaiser says, we should call them Sasquatch. Like Sasquatch, but a sus. Weird Void? Hey, Void! I heard my name. I have been summoned. Yeah, exactly. The main character of this game is basically a blood mage right here. Look. Literally, this could be your icon. Military says, is this the Many Cooks thing or not? Many Cooks thing is still going on parallel. This is a pirate game jam. Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff going on. And then also, Freddy shared this one. This is the, Video Game Donkey? He has a game jam, but this is like only... Oh, it's already started. Yeah. There's no way I finished this in a day. I guess I won't join this, I guess. Because I'm working on Pirates right now. Yeah. Anyways, I had a potential of like, oh, maybe I'll join that too, but, I can't do it. Too many cooks. Okay. Too many cooks. For those of you who's not familiar, I guess I should pin this or something. How do I do that? Maybe I should do that. Here, I'm going to pin this now. Should be under announcement. I'll do it. Pinning this for easy access. Too many cooks where you guys join in on designing game together. Okay. And I'll pin this one, I think. Who needs grammar anyways, right? This one is a different one, which I'm going to make a video on. Basically, kind of inspiration was like, that the Blackthorn prod, and there's people on YouTube that makes game together where they're like, 5 game developers make a game together without communicating, and then it's like a relay. So I wanted to do something crazy like that, but except it was like, working title was, I let 100 random viewers design my game, and this is what happened type of thing. So any one of my viewers can go onto this document through my Discord to add a line or two or a sentence or paragraph to it to add to the game to make the game design. You can even like make a puzzle design, level design, character design, or just the world story, and people have been adding to it. And a lot of edit has happened so far. This is a lot. I mean, it started as empty, and even like we have a glossary now. This one somebody added. I don't know who did this, and I've been reading through it. It's pretty good. Only rule is that do not delete anyone else's idea. Only add, and then I get a 3 veto if there's something that's like crazy, doesn't work. Also, if it's like too like racy, in a way that like it's like controversial, then I probably will have a free delete of like I don't wanna deal with any like if people actually go out of their way to ruin the game design as opposed to just being like a fun little twist that's crazy, then it's probably on the chopping board. But yeah, so it's still going on. I'm letting it cook for now, since I know it for a fact that people need some time to read through it as it gets bigger and stuff like that. So yeah, even if you don't have any game development experience, at least you can say you participated in designing a game by reading through this and adding to it. So that's something that's going on. But right now, I'm just working on my Pirate Game Jam stuff. Military says, if you want to submit without suffering the pain of actually being noticed, big mode is the way to go. Yeah, exactly. But I've already started on the Pirate Gem, and I have a full on game design doc now, so I have to finish this, I think. Where voice says I should find a way to add Godot into the game. You could. I don't know particularly why you would, but that's something we can do. Military says, just joking, by the way. No real defeatism. No defeatism here. Only hopefulness, I think. Godot says, the game challenge became kind of played out, in my opinion. I don't watch any Blackthorn prod anymore. I think it's for any like new people, honestly, like general audience. Also, he has some issues. He tried to do a Godot version like last year, and he contacted me, and I like did the work and then like actually made the video, but basically it was like after a long month of discussion, it was like, it wasn't exciting enough. We're not gonna do it. I was like, okay, well, I mean, like I put in like a week of work here. Kind of sucks, but yeah. But yeah, so I just wanted to do a little twist on it. I think Too Many Cooks can be fun because it's like, people love AI stuff, right? Not us, obviously, but general audience. And I think it's kind of putting that on its own head. I don't know what's the phrase. There's a phrase for it. In that, like, it is still random and it's still crazy, information wise, but it's like crowdsourcing as opposed to, AI dependent. So I think there's some related topics there. Kodo says, or Weird Voice says, our war shall take place in game. Yeah. That'd be interesting. Squat versus the Wise. The Barry Thulu. Military says, I considered adding a long conversation in the doc, but settled for the taxi thing. Yeah, dude, taxi thing is the craziest thing that's there. Honestly, I was like, okay, well, for the spirit of it, I'm not going to delete it from what I can tell. But it's going to be really hard to thematically tie that together. Or it doesn't have to be. It just is fun. So that's something. Anyways. All right. Let me finish this pixel real quick. Got the support here. Let's see. I'm thinking like, I don't know. Should it be dressed? I mean, it's like more of an intelligent character, I suppose. I mean, I already decided on the silhouette here. But I don't know what it actually should look like. I don't know what this means, What kind of shape does he have for a leg? I guess this is okay. This might work. As you can tell, I work on the silhouette first and then the actual art, because silhouette is kind of important. Figuring out what they should look like. Suppose the leg could be something like this. So a little bit of elbow or a little bit of knee. Yeah. I think this is okay here. Maybe I could bring it down a little bit. And then I'll contour these things with this darker color so it actually makes sense. Yeah, like that. That should work, I think. And this one right here. And then this one is probably something like that. That works. Maybe delete that like that. A little bit smoother tailing here. And then maybe I'll get more light exposed to make it a little bit more scaly. So instead of this color, I think, I'm gonna do this real quick. This is gonna be the light color. And then I'll do one down. So I have some room to go even darker. And I like this part of like kind of like using shading as a texture expression when it comes to pixel art, because you have so much like limited opportunity to express information. You kind of have to pick and choose where and how you do that. You see, like it kind of looks scaly here now. That's what we're going for. And then maybe just the tip gets a little bit of like this highlight thing. And then I'll outline this real quick. Just the line looks okay, where voice says. Military says, consider adding a long. Oh, no. Where voice says, just the lines looks okay. You mean just the line for what? Oh, just the line on the belly? Yeah, no, I was considering that. I was looking at it to be like, oh, I wonder what that looks like or feels like. It did look interesting. I just couldn't envision what I could do with it further, though. So might have to take some time here to figure that out. Maybe this needs to go in like this a little bit. Yeah, I think this might be better. Okay, cool. What else? Military says the PC hears a scoff in passing. Player character? Turning to face an unfamiliar voice you hear, so you think you know what it means to be father, do you? 1. Outrageous. Who do you think you are? 2. I guess I never really thought of it that way. 3. Contemptful stare. What are we talking about? Godot has an outline editing window, by the way. What do you mean? A sprite? Oh. Like they have stuff where you can add the outline automatically. That could be useful. But do I want to rely on that? What if I have a very specific creative direction, you know? Let's see how this goes. Whoa! This guy's buff. Here, hold on. Looking a little buff, actually. I guess a little bit of shadow here, probably like that. Then just do a clump. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I have to say I'm not 100% sure on these like identity of these characters and enemies, like what they are supposed to be. But I'm not asking that question right now. You know? I'm sure players will come up with their own interpretation of what they are, what they mean. I'm going to rely on people who overthinks or thinks too deeply on things. I have no meaning behind all this, but if you do put meaning behind it, I will not deny it. Is kind of generally the idea here. All right. And then probably borderline like that. right here. That also means probably I'll have to get some shoulder action here. There you go. Not bad. Okay, I just need to finish this shading here. Military says probably under edit. Let's see. I'm guessing stroke. Adjustment FX outline. Ooh, look at that. And there's a lot of setting for that. That's pretty cool. Well, good to know for future reference. I'm already too deep in right here to rely on that, unfortunately. That's pretty cool. I think that's cool. Super cool. All right. Got to get that shape in here. Uh-huh. Let's see. Gonna do some of that. I think that's okay. And then now we add some textures here on the boundary. Work on that right here. And texture, of course, is just some general scaling thing going on. Then this will also do a little spotty stuff. And then just kind of generally shape it so that the shape is not ruined. Uh-huh. There you go. Not bad. Then I'll have it go in this way as well. Cool. Some texture, some high definition. Little weird, but I think we're not worried about this weirdness too much. There you go. And then we're going to have to make its semi-chicken leg. There you go. Good. What are they? What is this anyways? Not really sure. But it's okay. Not important. That's what that is. Not important. Super high def though. A lot of blending here. Military says, they're your friends. You forgot them, left them behind as background characters of your fortune. Now they return, but unlike anything you've ever seen. They remains to be seen, I think. They remain to be seen? I don't know. So you're saying that they are forgotten characters that came back to haunt us? They're like, we are here and we will destroy you. Voice says, time to fall into the abyss of overthinking only to realize I was never out of it. That's how we are. We're always like that. Says, oops, I used scene twice. Heck writing. Are we going into a creative writing class together? Is that what we're doing? Gotta learn how to write. I need that deeply. I mean, I would like to think that the grammatical grammar is my biggest issue, but I know for a fact that's probably not the case. Like, I know creative writing is more than just grammar. Obviously, having been on the content creation side for as long as I have, I should be very aware of that. Yeah. Let's see. This is an interesting shape. Unintended 3D-ness of the foot here. And then maybe like that. I love that, actually. Not sure how I'm going to shape it, though. I guess I do need to use this kind of like the dark shape to really press on. Maybe it needs to be like this. It's like collapsed in. It's doing the Disney knee. You know, the Disney knee where the knees are like folding into each other. So I might have to actually like spread it out a little bit. Change the orientation. Let's see. I gotta make it face front a little more, so I'm gonna change that. Like so. Yeah, that's a little bit more forward. And that also means the light's gonna be caught by only a little bit, I think. And most of them is gonna be caught in the back side like that. It's still a little weird, but you know, that's okay. Not a problem that we can't manage. Huh. I guess I'll just like darken this out completely. There you go. Same treatment here. And maybe just the toes are like brightened. Not bad. You know, the monsters looking a little awkward is a gift, I think, rather than a curse. So we got some monsters. We got little characters here that are like weird, but they seem thematically related, right? Some sort of alien bug creature. I don't know. You know, I'm gonna think that this is related. Godot says turquoise Charmander or Teletubbies. It does look like Teletubbies, doesn't it? Military says, oh, hold on. Military says, I'm designing a game with a lot of NPCs, so it's on my mind a little. I see. Kodo says turquoise Charmander or Teletubbies. Military also says, for the record, I'm just vomiting half jokes at 100 words a minute, so I'm not expecting you to write any of my warbles down. Look, I do take it seriously, but at the same time, I do try to take a little bit of a discretionary approach to whatever you say. So no worries. All right, here we are. I think this is good enough for this guy. All right, I'm not animating it. I think. At least not now. I don't want to. I have to round it out a little more. So it's more circular. That's not bad. Yeah. Might need to come in a little more. Oh well. Okay. Well, good enough. Yeah, whatever. Okay. I'll export them as PNGs here. So I can use that. Oh, no. I didn't mean to close it. Tank. I'm going to export that as PNG. And then I suppose tanker DPS and then support. I mean, I might have to, if I want to reuse these and they do different things. For example, certain like right now you can't distinguish which tanker does what, right? Because like over here, I designed it so that tankers are either working with like armor, position disruption, low to no damage, lowering hand size. Like this is not going to do all of this. I'm going to have like different versions of it that does different things. Maybe it'll be like a different difficulty of it adds onto it. That means I'm going to still have to do some sort of like tinting magic or like changing the color of the enemy, you know, the trick. So, I don't know. Anyways. Okay, so we're going to bring in some image here. I think it's under documents. Godot. Godot project? No? Okay. Gosh. I miss the good old days of like not having to worry about which documents is which. Like between OneDrive and shared users and like user specific folders, navigating is not very like intuitive, especially with all the names that are repeated as a directory. You know what I mean? It's annoying. That's what I mean. At the end of the day, it's annoying. Let's see. I think I was calling this. It's somewhere in here. It's too many projects. Ah, Pirate 16 weapon. Here it is. We'll grab all these actually. And then I suppose. Wait, can I? Turn off anti-aliasing. Google Doc, remove anti-aliasing for resizing image. Upper right corner of the document, click size and rotation, check the lock aspect. I don't think there's an option for it, huh? Oh, let's see. Well, that kind of sucks. What this? 200, 200. Doesn't seem like it's something that I can adjust in Google Doc. McCoy says you could keep it the same size in Astripe, but then export extra. I know, but I don't. I didn't want to have an extra file just floating around just for this. I suppose that's the only way to do it. I mean, that's what I do for like Twitter export, for example. Even easier way to do it is to keep it same and then just do a screen capture and then paste it. The problem with this is that if I do want to resize it to something else, then I have to re-export it. I also, oh my gosh, I just overrode all the files instead of coming out with the big ones separately. There you go. Good enough. This one still feels a little blurry, I think. I don't know. Okay. I'm going to redo the export with 100% now so I can make sure that they're correct. All right. So for now, I'm going to say draw enemy sprite is finished. I decided that I'm going to do the walk and action as like a tween, like a scale compressing thing, instead of it actually being a full-on animation to save time there. So I don't have to do it for everything. I just come up with one animation style and apply it over across everything. I do need to do let's see. I'm gonna do some environment right here. I'm doing a lot of the art first right now. So I suppose Mikori says tank DPS support. Is this Overwatch League rivals? Basically, you know, it's good to categorize the enemies to a certain archetype, to like decide on their purpose and what kind of challenge they provide. You can read what I wrote here for now. I gotta use the restroom, so I'll take a quick break. I don't know. Should I do an ad? Here, you know what? I'll mute myself. I'll run the ad and I'll be back. Okay? Don't leave. I was saying, I was saying, I'm back. I know, I saw. I always forget. I need a button. I need a button to unmute myself or some sort of indicator. Maybe I do need to buy. Uh, here. I'm gonna remind myself by putting one of those like the what is it, Elgato Stream Deck on a wish list so I can remember. Audio mixer, right? Oh, why is this so expensive? Is this normal? I know this is what the streamers use. There has to be a better one. I mean, this small one, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. I'm immediately turned off. I was like, I'm going to buy one. I'm going to wish list one. And I was like, maybe not. It does help. I'm sorry. I'm sure. But yeah. Let's see. I was saying, yes, the Pirate Jam, we have 8 days left. And it's a long jam. And I was saying that, like, it's a long jam, which means a lot of people are going to submit some awesome work here. So I have a feeling that it's not going to compare very well. However, having written all these like game doc and design docs and stuff like that does give me hope. Though, how often does he do this? Because I'm surprised that there's only 30. Oh, never mind. 16.5K joined and 38 entries. That's a little different. I was like, only 38 people competing? That's doable. No. But yeah. So we got some enemy character design. We gotta do environment. That's the next thing. So something that I like to do, which I don't think it's like has to be, is I like to get an actual like full screen. And this might have to do with, I might actually use this as kind of like a UI design as well. So I would say 1080p is a little big, right? I'm gonna use Into the Breach as reference. Into the Breach resolution. What is the Into the Breach resolution? I wonder if there's information on that. Native resolution. You know what? I'm just gonna. Typically, there's a thing for it, but I guess not. I'm just gonna do 1080p by 1920, other way around, right? Because it's the size of the screen. And then I'm gonna just kind of draw on it. So let's do a background here. And then we're gonna load the palette. Part of me wonders if I have to have a separate palette just for the environment, so it doesn't overlap so much with the character art, to add some variety, because palette's pretty limited. Dev Kaiser says lol. Lol at me forgetting to unmute. All right. So typically, right? So let's bring all the players up to the board here. We got the DPS, we got the support, we got the tank. Oh, not the big one. We got the tanker, and we'll have the blood mage as well, for example. So we'll just copy them over here, so we know what they look like. I'll make this smaller. Da, da, da. They're all happy family. Actually, I should probably do a new layer on this, honestly. Remove that. We'll do characters, for example. And then I'll do DPS, support, oops, tanker, and then blood mage. And then they're going to occupy some space, right? And on the background, essentially we're going to have these like 64 by 64 space. But in isometric world, it's usually half that, right? I mean, we can choose it ourselves, but it needs to be at least 64 wide. 64 wide and 32 high. And let's say that's the tile. And it's going to go from probably middle to middle. Well, I'm going to have to do a few things here. Like that. And center. Because I need to make a little diamond shape. So I'm looking for the center so I can make the diamond shape with. I think. Hold on. Something's off here. I might as well just do a mirroring. So I'll flip this. Edit, flip vertical. Hold on. I'm going to delete this. Flip vertical. There you go. Excuse me. Jeez. Hydrate. Here we are. Okay. I don't want to go too crazy on the environmental design. I did say in the design doc that I'm going to use this purple area so that it's optimally contrasted for both the player and the character. So let's use this as a base. I might have to change it, but we'll see. we'll see how this works out. Okay. Hmm. Little, I think it's smaller than it's supposed to be actually, because this is not going all the way up. Here, let me redo this. I think I did the line wrong. So it needs to go from here to here, and then here to here, right? It goes all the way here, like that. Like that. But it needs to go all the way here with the two line. So actually, it's not very pretty. So if this is the center, and if I do two line all the way down, what's going to happen? Because the thing about the pixel art is that it needs to keep pattern, and this is like 1 pixel short. Might have to go thicker, like higher. It might have to be a little bit taller or shorter. You know what? I'll do that then. I'll do it this way. Okay. This is gonna be not 32, but good thing about the isometric design tile is that you can customize that. So we'll do that. Copy paste, flip horizontal, paste, vertical, paste, vertical and horizontal, like so. Which is, yeah, a little awkward sized, but I think it just fits them. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what's going on? Weird. All right. So here we are. And it's going to fill up with this thing. Part of me thinks that we need a desaturated version of this, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. So some variations, I think, of the tile is probably a good idea. We'll have, let's see. Nothing crazy, some variations of the field. Just gonna be lined up like this, right? That's gonna be a problem, isn't it? They overlap weird. Because what's the overlap rule? On top like that? Or like that? We're gonna have to decide on that too. Let's see. Because this is like just touching the tip. That means there's a forward gap here. But if we overlap the lines, outer lines, this is what happens. We might have to actually overlap the outer lines. We'll have to figure this out. It's definitely not an easy thing to figure out here. If we assume that the outer line is overlapped, outer lines overlapped, I'm not sure if that's going to work. If we don't overlap, this is what you get. Slight overlap under, then the lines don't match up. So it needs to be like this. Huh. We're going to have to overlap it then. Interesting. Okay, well, we're going to work with this for now. Now who wants what? uh, because I don't want a gap in between, right? Design isometric tile. There has to be some sort of drawing guidelines. No? All right. Well, let's see. So since everything is tile size by 64 by 64, if we do half of that, this is what we got. And we're going to chop that up. But it's even, so it's going to be like this. I guess this is better, huh? Okay, we'll do this then. All right. Load palette. Yeah, this being 4 makes sense because I did a lot of trimming, which doesn't make sense. Because if you try to line 2 of them side by side, you get one of these shape. Where you get 4 pixels here. So center needs to be 4. So I think if I want to actually make it work, I need to make the tile shape like this. And I'm going to make it a little bit more environmental. So we're going to do some trickery here. We're going to go into the transitional colors here. Like that. And then this is going to be one of these things. And let's do some... Military says, the only convention I'm aware of is that most people seem to make them twice as wide as they are tall. Yeah, exactly. I think what I was trying to get at was the centering. Because you do have these empty spots, right? And when you're drawing these like diagonal line, depending on if you're on an even size versus odd size, but if you're doing pixel art, most of the time you're going to have even size. Because the problem now is that there's no center line, right? With this even setup, center line is a little bit up or below, right? Because it's not exactly in the middle. There's always 1 pixel over. So that's the only like kind of ugly-ish part of this whole thing. But I think we can work with this either way. I really want to drop these greens on this purple somehow. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as a green. You see this? This is a transitional color for purple, or this color. When we design these the palette, what we did was we got this scale. We transition into the center, this like purple area. And then we transition into green with these two. So these are closer to the green, but is still within the color palette of the purple environmental color, which was the intention. So I'm going to use them as a green, right? And this is, they're supposed to be in kind of similar tone. So for example, if I want to do kind of like the grassy field, right? We're probably going to go from, well, environmental is lit this way, so this is going to be the light. So generally speaking, if we're looking at just kind of general grass field, I think we're looking at this or this with these colors popping up like so. And we're going to probably have textures on top. Military says, would you believe it? First-person shooters have this issue because they can't make a single pixel crosshair be centered unless they uncenter something on even number monitor resolution. Yeah, exactly. No, I know this. like I've struggled with this because if you get into the competitive first person shooter situation and you want to be as accurate as possible, then you go through these like crosshair settings all the time, right? Because like and obviously like the whole thing becomes a problem. And then now you are making a choice between like, okay, well, like I can put the crosshair in the center, but that means I am covering my target that I want to hit. So what does that make it, you know? This is a little too bright, I think. So I'm going to dim it down. You know what? That's not half bad. Trying to see if I'm going to make the grass blades more abstract like this or not. I'm going to make this edges a little bit spotty. And it does need to go over, I think. So I'm going to do that real quick. Let's say this is the grass field, shall we? Makes no sense, but sense has fortunately a little to do with design. So I'm going to just trust that design principle will win out at the end of the day. I don't have to fill it up too much. Just some fields here to say there's some highlights of grassy patches here and there. A little bit of texture on the edge. That's good enough. Very dark here. Maybe I could shift it overall. So make this color and make this base color like this. Or I could even shift it more. Be like this. And then the base of the grasses can be one of these dark blades. Like so. Maybe I could have dark colors as well. I don't know. I mean, simplified is okay, honestly. That's not too bad. I'll just work with this, honestly. Not gonna have headache over this. Not worth it. Good enough. Isometric, says McCory. Yes, that was a goal. That's my goal. The lore Spivey says, new rule for Ezra. A finite number of games must publish one to Steam after the limit is reached before starting a new one. I'll start this after you. You know what? I actually need this rule, you know? It's a real epidemic here with the but hey, look, I'm not giving up on any games here. It's just that sometimes big game gems happen and you know, you kind of have to work on it sometimes. But yeah, no. After this one, I'm definitely going back to my Dread on Arrival game, right? And then I'll close that out and then finish the Too Many Cooks. But yeah. All right. So let's say this is the field. I guess I should have more designs here. So let's see. Because I want to see what that looks like in repetition, right? So let's say this is it. Can I do grid? Grid setting. 32. Width should be 64 actually. Let's say I do one of these things. Like that. Then I'll do one of these. For example. And I'll put one of the characters on there. Not bad. Especially if I put a little shadow on it. I think it'll stand out. Yeah. All right. I'm going to just have one grass field here. Like, it feels repetitive, but I think there's enough pattern breaking things to not feel too patterned. I think background should actually be really dark here, like this. Or maybe it should be more like this. Yeah. Okay. All right. Grass field. Layer. We're gonna increase the layer property. Probably canvas size needs to be bigger. Increase it by half. So we're gonna draw another one. Let's see. This one should be having some obstacles, right? So we'll draw, let's see. We'll draw some obstacles here. Let's say it's going to be some sort of rock. Oops. Some sort of boulder type of thing. I think. For objectives, I think part of the game, I think, is less about just destroying the enemy, but about doing some objectives, right? Because that's one thing that Into the Breach does really well, right? Because, yeah, you do want to destroy the enemies, and it's nice, but it's rarely about that. It's mostly about um, protecting the grid and oh, it should be other direction actually. Protecting the grid, and then the jeez, and picking up certain items that you need to pick up. Oops. I guess this could be a little bit like that. So I'm gonna have to try and focus on that as a main thing. That being the whole design of the game, mostly focusing on certain obstacles. Which means I need to figure out this transition is a little harsh, huh? Is this too bright? Maybe it needs to shift one. Hold on. I'll shift one down. So I can have even darker color down here. There you go. Drawing and talking is hard. I'm realizing. I know I'm like in mid thought every time I'm doing this. Can never finish my thought. There you go. It's because shape is coming alive here. It's just generally drawing a slight rock shave of some sort. Still in the shadow here. There you go. Good afternoon, Loki Trickster. The Lore Spivey on YouTube says, "Are you doing destructible terrain?" Yes, kind of. Yes, I think that's part of the. You know what? That's gonna really complicate things, isn't it? For MVP, no. How about that? For the minimum viable product, maybe not automatically destructible terrain, like only for like objectives. Like for example, if the objective is like, oh, for this round, destroy the dam type of situation, you know? Oh, maybe it needs to be like this actually. I think this might be better. There you go. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to say yes to that because, like, that would be cooler for navigating and stuff. But simplicity of like level design and all those things, I'm not sure if it's would be easier to implement if I don't do destructible terrain versus if I did. In my head, I feel like it shouldn't be that different. Maybe, but I know what I have in my head can be very, very deceiving for the most part, I think. Let's see. I'll reserve some of these darkest color for the bottom line. And then probably do a lot of reflective light here. So we'll do probably one of these things. Still darker than the lightest. Something like that. Probably. Little environmental shenanigan. And then this will also be probably reflecting back some light here. I think which allows us to go one shade dark. Maybe this is too bright. Maybe I could go darker, even darker maybe. No. Maybe it needs to be oops. More restrained reflective light. Like so. Okay. There you go. Something like that. Might have to outline this though. Still. Um so that the shape is obvious that it is an obstacle. But if it is destructible, for example, that means it's a unique unit of itself. That means I don't want it to be part of part of the terrain. It needs to be its own sprite. Yalitary says casually kisses Mike. Exactly. That's what I do here. Hi Capaway. Um let's see. Maybe I could do one of these things. feels better, I think. Yeah. All right. Looking pretty rocky. Yes. For now, I'm not going to worry too much about, you know, all that. I think. I don't like. All right. Huh. What else? Just gonna have a simple blockage that people need to go around. Um, level design. Obstacle for terrain. Maybe it does need to be destructible. You know what? I'm gonna make it destructible here. Ah, but that adds complexity. I think. Mm, you know what? I want to simplify it. I don't want to do anything. These are the only two tiles I'm going to work with. And then maybe just one goal tile. No crazy environmental effect other than like blood pool, for example. Um, so we'll make probably something like load palette. So I had an idea of like, oh yeah, you know what? Once the enemy gets destroyed, there should be ways to restore your health by default. So we're going to do one of these things. I think this works. Let's see. I don't know why it would. Here. Like that. The edges still will be the darkest. And then we get some, I think, shine here on the edges, right? It's reflective. Oh, that's too shiny. Maybe like that. That middle highlight makes no sense actually, for some reason. And then we'll just have another. So. And maybe just a little glistening on the edges. With a little bit of super highlight. No. I think this is sufficient actually. Blood pool on the sprites. And we'll export this real quick. And then we have tile set. Export this. Let's say That's sufficient. So we'll do this. Document here. We got the environment. Basic, passable, and non-passable for MVP. And then blood pool for point of interest. Let's see. For not point of interest, maybe it's like, maybe it is point of interest. You know what? Point of interest is fine because I could tint this to be different color for like special blood. That's the goal or something like that. Thanks for sub, I guess. I don't know. I heard a notification in my ear. Thanks for the sub, Cam You Saint on YouTube. Great. Okay, so we got most of the art stuff that we need for now done. I'm gonna say. Relic icon. I guess there's some UI design I need to do here. What the UI is gonna look like. Let's see. Some basic UI design I'm thinking of. I think this is actually good enough. I don't want it to be too big. How big is this? Let's say fists like around this big. It's around 486, 296. So somewhere around there, that's what we want to hit. So 1920 divided by 4 is 480. So if we do divide by 2, then we have plenty of space, right? For UI and everything. So let's do that. That's going to be the project size here. Project size is going to be 1080p divided by 2. Resolution, instead of game experience, I suppose. Graphics. That's art, enemy design. Platform. I don't know where it fits. I guess UI. So calculator. 2 is 960 by 1080. 540. Should be plenty of space. Resolution. I think. Let's see. We'll do that. Call this resolution. 1960 by 540 pixel. Then rough design or UI design is gonna have probably stuff like, I think if it is 960 by 540, 960 by 540. The Lord Spivey, is it Spivey or Spivey? Anyways, says, would love to see your GDD template. Honestly, this template, I lifted from the game jam. You know, I'll still share it if you need the link, but let me see, Pirate Jam. Because it was part of the requirement. It says your submission must include game design doc, and it gave this link, and so I made a copy of this. Here, I'll share it with you. So you can copy and paste that, and basically emptied it out. Still haven't decided on the game name though. We'll have to figure it out. Sandbox, hey Sandbox says hello. How's progress looking like? I think we're kind of done with the game idea, which is nice. We're going through some art pieces. We got some characters design, some components, and we have the minimal viable product type of situation going. Now we're doing the UI part of the design at the moment. We just decided on the resolution, I think. So I'm trying to design the UI. So we got some interesting thing here. You can see our little blood mage has an animation. And I'm trying to make it so that I don't have to use animation on a lot of the components. I'm just going to use as is. So we'll see. Sandbox says, ooh, I can't stay for long, unfortunately, but if you need a level designer, I'm down to help whenever. Yeah, I mean, level design would be awesome. Honestly, right now, I'm just like, well, I'm just working with two separate things, passable, non-passable, and then some point of interest. Yeah. So we'll see. Hey, Freddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I just noticed that the game jam you shared for the video game donkey stuff is due in 1 day. It's kind of crazy. I don't think I can do that because I'm working on this one right now, which is due in 8 days. So unfortunately, this is what we're going to go for. I was talking about it earlier. I got contacted by one of the up and coming musician who wants to collab with me on some of the videos. So I, messaged him earlier before you even contacted me. It was like, hey, you want to make some music for this? So he's doing it for this one in particular. It is still short notice, so just a heads up. It's not because I didn't think of you. I thought of you, but I thought it was short notice and there was a person. Just an FYI. Not me just like giving excuses here. But seriously. But yeah. Howdy is howdy. Sandbox says, and by long, I mean I'm leaving in like 10, 20 seconds. Oh, bye. So quick. It's okay. I'm glad you're here still. Okay, so we just did this one, environmental tile art. Relic icons, I'm not worried about it just yet. I think this one is done. We have it right now. Freddy says, no worries, I don't expect to be exclusive. Yeah, no, I know. I know you're a cool dude. Just a chill guy. Is that the meme nowadays? I love how the Just a Chill guy is the meme made out of the Arthur the what was the Arthur the Artivok or something like that. But then like the music that's playing in the background is the Charlie Brown, which is like, hey, that's not the same thing, but okay. But it kind of somehow fits. Anyways, okay. Where are we at? Oh, UI design. That's right. We're doing the UI design here. Spire here. We got the full size here. I think rather than doing that, we can do a real quick drawing, I think. Because generally speaking, we just need shapes. The shape I'm thinking here. Actually, I'm not going to even do that. I'm going to copy and paste some of the tiles here, since I have it. And let's say the background is going to be even darker. Background is going to be like that, maybe. It needs to be a little bit opened up. Let me just copy it from here. Oh, maybe this is the color. No. It's not half bad. Let's do that. say that's the background. Say this is a tile. And what I'm imagining is going to be something like this. Like that. It's lining up strangely, I have to say. I'm not sure what happened here. You know what? Who cares? I'm just gonna line them up. Doesn't matter. Hello? What's going on here? Feels little jagged. Slightly worried. Hold on. What? We got this. And then we got this. And then they got slot in like that. Oh, I see. It's because of the double. Ah, I see, I see. So it is going to be slightly jagged. That's not strange. Okay. Well, isometric is a challenge, I have to say. Okay, I don't know how big it should be, though, I have to say. Freddy says, did you say the donkey game you have to do the game in one day? Yeah, well, I looked at the link. I'm not sure there's another one. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I'm not trying to expose any information here. But look, it says, oh, no, never mind. It says it starts in one day, not due in one day. Okay, so I got confused. Whoops. But it is, oh my goodness. So this one that I'm working on right now is due in 8 days. And this one starts in one day and ends on, how long is it? Second. I don't know why my calendar doesn't pop up. Big calendar. So it starts 24th and goes till the 2nd. The one I'm working on right now goes till the 31st. It's just a lot. It's a lot. We'll have to see how this works out. All right. So it is not one day. It is a week. We'll see. we'll see how it all plays out here. My intuition tells me the wise thing to do is probably not to try and, you know, overdo it. But I don't think being wise was ever a concern for me. It's challenge all the way. It's all or nothing every time. So there you go. I'm gonna say, I think there's something annoying happening, which is this jagged edges because of the tile design. I'm gonna figure that out later. It's not my problem right now. I'm just tiling it to see how big it can be. I suppose, though, I think having an overlay on top of it is probably not a bad idea. Like the actual, like, black line. Because I think Into the Breach does that. For clarity of the tile size. Yeah, it actually kind of draws a line. So maybe I should do that. Also, it's not a half. It's actually just straight up square. Very, like, from the top. You know what? Should I do that? Dev Kaiser says, LMFO. LMFAO. Freddy says, phew. Yeah, it's not in one day. Sorry, I made you panic. Dev Kaiser says, brain just lapsed over the starts in. Yeah, exactly. I just thought it was due and everything is due. Freddy says, yeah, I don't know if I could score a game in one day. You know, yes. Yes, and. But people do it. You know what? I'm not going to worry too much about it right now. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to draw a line over it. Oh, I got a phone call. I'm going to mute myself real quick here. Just give me. Okay, okay. I'm back. Hey, Kit Boy. Dev says, whoever called you, ask them for the lotto numbers. Why? I just don't know where to start. It seems. Hold on, there was some conversation here. Dev Kaiser was like, I just don't know where to start. It seems all so complicated. Lol. I mean, honestly, I've never done the game design doc, but this actually helps organizing the thought. Because basically, these are all the thoughts I'm actually doing anyways in my head while I'm developing. So, but if you're just starting out, I just say just get started and make something that works. I think the lotto number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anyways, Dev Kaiser says, "Is it downloadable somewhere? Are you talking about the design doc? The design doc, the sample is available on the Pirate Gem, this one right here. I wonder if I can share a link. Yeah, I can. Nice. I just did the file make copy. Dev Kaiser says, got it. When I win, we'll split the lotto. Yay! That's right. That was a big part of it. I was a big part of the winning. Anyways, I'm gonna draw the line here actually. So, well, we'll see. So let's do that because I think this is actually kind of necessary for clarity. And yeah, so we'll have two versions of this, like so, like that. All right. We'll export this real quick. Oh man, struggle is real, I have to say. Because Getting this UI put together is definitely a work. Then I'll just copy this one. Generally, this would also help deciding kind of like the shape. I suppose this is what I'm going to do then. I actually have to overlap then, if that is what I'm doing. Some line overlapping required. It does clean it up, but once again, not the prettiest. But I suppose we're kind of over that. Over the beautification. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want the map to be too big either. But also, I don't want it to be so small that the position doesn't matter, right? Like, there needs to be enough reason for mobility, but also not so big that it's complicated. Too complicated, I mean. So, we'll have to figure that out. As part of the design, I'm just going to copy and paste here to just kind of line them up real quick. Let's see. I think it needs to occupy the entire center at least. So let's do that. Gee, might have to trim this. Okay. We bring the stages together. All right. And maybe one more of these. That could be enough. I could see that being enough. There you go. Maybe one more row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How about good even, right? 10 by 10. We could do one more here. So let me do copy again. We'll just do one more. And we'll clean up the edges here so that it kind of shows a proper amount of edge cleanliness. And then, so we need 2 more rows this way. Dev Kaiser says Danke. Chris says chess is 8 by 8. Chess is 8 by 8. That's a good ref. I mean, on this size though. Okay, hold on. Once again, if chess is 8 by 8, that means there's enough complexity in 8 by 8 space that there is a strategical movement. So maybe 8 by 8 is okay. That's a good information, Chris. Thanks. If it is 8 by 8, however, does that mean we're going to have to do some like if this was full screen, for example, F11? No. Let's see. Like this is full screen, right? If it was double this, would that look better? Like there's a lot of negative space currently. So maybe if I do 8 by 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe I could afford to do the resolution to be smaller and still feel okay. Let's try that out. So let's move this over here. I'm going to try to do canvas to be smaller. Half of this. Ooh. Is 480 seems a little small. I mean, it doesn't have to be 1080p, right? It might stretch things in ways. Because this would be 1/4. What about 1/3 of 1080p? Is that a... Yeah. Maybe that's better. That feels better, doesn't it? And it's going to be something like this. Like so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like 8 is a lot, actually. Maybe I'll reduce it down to 6 by 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Well, let me cut the 8th and see how that actually feels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's right here. Does this feel better? Now, obviously, I gotta redraw some of these tiles here. So let me bring over this one. Then I'll put it on top here. Oops. And then we'll bring it top of here. Okay. Let's say the player characters. Do some here. Are on top here. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's too fat. He's too fat. Hold on. How is this possible? This is 64 by 64. I guess it's because it's like this. Well, maybe that's okay. You know what? Jeez. Dang. Hold on. Tanker's really fat. Might actually have to be half the size. Make him take up 2 spaces. I guess that makes sense. Because the whole point of the tanker is what do you call directional disturbance. But they don't change orientation. I'm not going to do any kind of orientation changes because that's a new drawing. which I don't want to do right now. All right. And then let's see. So we're gonna guess something like this probably. So for example, right? Um, let's say this is a level. I mean, that's kind of makes sense. There's some sort of balance going on. Um, you have to navigate. If let's say this is the goal of this like round, it's like kill the support character, whatever we end up calling them. Then you'll have to like navigate through. This is like constantly blocking the way. You'll have to go through, try to kill it, kind of like a maze wise. So that's not terrible. All right, F8. Oops, I gotta zoom in, I think. Not that. One more down. I think. Something like that. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Manuel Ferdinand says, I have a friend that always wanted to make a game like Into the Breach with Godot. Oh, that's great. I'm working on one right now, kind of, for this game jam. Um, I suppose it would be unfair to say it's just like Into the Breach, since the idea is Into the Breach slay the Spire. I'm guessing you're saying that because did I write that in the title? Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, okay, cool. Let's say this is how it looks. Obviously, player's gonna need health bar, so we're gonna have some health bar on top of them. I think, right? And I don't need character sprite thing like Into the Breach does. But maybe there is a UI component. So for example, say status bar. Just gonna have something like, let's see, something here. And that's gonna probably say something like, I don't know. Maybe it needs to have a goal here. Objective. Insert text. Objective. I think my cat woke up. Let me go see what. The cats are awake from the nap. Manuel says, I like how the rocks are drawn. Thank you. If I had more time, maybe I could make it prettier. Whoa. That is big. Maybe it should be 8 pixel text then. You know, that's one thing that I don't like about the lower, what do you call, lower resolution games whenever I make them. Because this like makes it really hard. Oh man. It's not even the right text size. Let's see if there's other texts. Objective. So big compared to the actual like game's resolution. It needs to be a little smaller. Um, Thanks for the sub, Danilo on YouTube. I am muted. Oh no. I never remember. Ugh. How long has I been muted? Since the phone call, I'm guessing. That was a while. Jeez. The whole stream. Um, I wa- I'm tired of this, honestly. Uh, I was just saying, you know, that my cat has woken up. Dang, I've been muted for so long. Okay, so Manuel, I answered. I was like, yes, it's into the breach, but it's a car, so maybe not exactly. I said thank you for you saying that rocks. You like how the rocks are drawn. I would take more time drawing these things if I had the time, but right now this is how where it's gonna stop. Um, I was just talking about some of these things, how the fonts are too tiny. There's not good enough, not enough good fonts out here to use. Jesus. And then I was like, oh, it would be cool to have like these like different type of objectives, like Sacred Blood Pool. But I was saying these Sacred Blood Pools, depending on who's looking at it, doesn't look very sacred, right? It looks more uh it looks like it looks like somebody peed on the floor. Yeah, exactly. Cat King is like, yes. Um, gee. Gee. Anyways, maybe it just should be red and keep it there. Um, and call it a day. Maybe I'll just highlight it yellow. There you go. Or maybe have its own thing, right? Maybe Sacred Blood Pool shouldn't be like this. It should be like, um, I don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna think too much. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, collect that. Here it is. Yay. I don't know what it's gonna do if you do. Maybe it adds a card. Mikori says, make it red, but have like shimmer using like particles. Okay, I will. I'll use particles. And then what else? We gotta get the card designs out here, right? UI mockup. Um, or pirate. Where is it? Pirate 16 weapon. Miscellaneous. We got UI mockup here. Let's see. What does a card look like? We're gonna have a deck icon probably. Gotta not save this. Some objectives here. We gotta get cards out here in the center. Probably should be around. Ugh. You know, let's see. I may have to use multi-resolution design. So like the actual game is 1080p, and then I use the viewport to have different sizes so that I can actually have like a different size text that are readable. Kind of like how Celeste handles it. And then let's see, because some of the animation with the cards might become tricky if I don't. Right? Let's say these are the cards. I don't know how big the card should be. Let's see. palette. I don't know if the UI component should follow the coloring scheme of the palette or not, actually. Like, I don't know if that complicates it. I mean, clearly, there are a few things that needs to be obvious. See, I'm gonna do some design here. Maybe it needs to be lowered. Almost a circle. Like that. And then it's like this. And we'll go. Like, it doesn't actually have to be realistic since this is just a UI part. Just need to have definition. For example, yes? What's wrong? My goodness. The cat just wants the attention. Um, and I'm guessing it's gonna say something like probably have suppose it should be black here. Just be like 2. Not very legible, but you get the point. You know? And then card name. Mm, suckle. For example. Maybe that's not the best name. Um, and then have one of these things. And I don't want it to be too complicated, as I keep saying. There's a cost, name of the card, image of some sort. Right. And then let's say, for example, this is what I draw. I don't know what the best way to draw this is, but here it is. It doesn't look very good. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to simplify it even more. Yes, cat. This kitty is wanting to play. And then, hey, trust me, it's supposed to be teeth, okay? Even if it doesn't look like it. Here, I'll just simplify it even more. Um, Too many teeth. Too many lines. I'm just going to simplify it even more. Here you go. There it is. Make the text white. Might be more readable. It might be. There you go. Oh, okay. I mean, I think it might need to be outlined, which I guess we can do later. Doop. Uh-huh. We'll use the outline magic that we learned earlier. Ah, no! Do that. Go over here. FX outline. Outline color. Inside? Outside. Select it. Select it. Wait, why? Hello? Huh, weird. Okay, well, whatever. We'll figure it out. Mikori says the blood text. Like the red text, maybe. And it'll say something like, um, one. Are we calling it damage? I forgot what the text were saying. This will be. We're calling this drain. Drain 1. Right? And that's going to be on here. Design of the card. How much does it matter? I'm not sure. I don't want to be spending all my effort doing that. So for now, this is going to be what it is. I guess I'll just might as well draw another one. We'll have. Let's see. We can draw this. Rotate. um, rotate. Maybe we don't rotate that hard. Maybe it shouldn't even be rotated. You know what? I'm not going to even worry about rotated hand for this one. I'm just going to have it overlap each other like so. Like it's just going to list them. Because I know for a fact. They can get really complicated. Boom. And then let's see. Obviously, we want a little section icon here. UI icons. Then we'll have some sort of like card design. Doop. Doop. Some of these things, which I've drawn a lot in my recent maybe it can be a little bit more angled down. Maybe I could do it like this. Like that. And then have it go down like so. And it's like this. That even look. Hold on. Little reference here. Ah, can't see it. Oh, let's see. Maybe I don't worry about this at all. Oops. Okay. Maybe I'll just do this. And then I suppose UI icon, I want to put little health file here. Um, and this would be over on this side or this side. Maybe above like that. Yeah. And this one's gonna just be just a little circular section. Oh, not that. Um, don't worry too much about that. I don't know if I have to do this. No. So maybe this one? Yeah. Hold on. Something like that, I think. Not trying to be too detailed, as I say all the time. Just detailed enough to be slightly convincing. Right. There you go. And then this one will sit probably right over here. Probably have a little text that says something like 10 out of 10. This will be in this text. Obviously, I can't do it so that it's like drains. The thing changes, but it's just a health indicator, I guess. Um, maybe there is no max. So maybe I just write 10 here. It'll be like insert text and it'll be 10. Make it big. Uh-huh. What do we got here? Thanks for the sub again. Somewhere else. Fopsta on YouTube. And then let's see. This 10 goes over here. I think. Yep. And I mean, maybe centered. Maybe it's like more like this. Maybe it should be like this. Randall says, love watching from Australia for deck builder theme. Have you checked out the board game called Automobile that does deck building as a multiplayer with the shared or common cards between players? No, I haven't seen that. That sounds both chaotic and fun, actually. And thanks for watching. I'd love to check that out, honestly. Okay. Let's see. I guess this part needs to be. Let's see. I'll probably be like. It'll probably like this, honestly. Like just like a corner peeking out. And it's like opposite of this, so it'll be like green back. I'll do some stuff like this. Well, thanks for watching for all the way from down under. Do appreciate it. Hello, cat. Let's say, oh my goodness. Can you stop, please? And I'll just. And then maybe some sort of pattern like, stop it. Vicky. Something like that. I mean, very much blood themed, right? So we can do one of these things. It's giving playing card, but you know, I think that's okay. So for example, I'm going to repeat this pattern probably over here a few times. Whoops. I know. I know. Give me a sec. I wonder if you guys can hear the meow of my cat. Very much demanding attention at the moment. But alas, I'm working here. Ooh, no. Maybe I need to flip it. Let's see, flip vertical. Copy and paste this. For example, if I did that, it could be like right here and say, I'm not going to make it any confusing, so I'll say la deck. And give it a little black text here. Oh, gee, that's huge. Insert text. 16. Manuel says, I can hear it. Wait, what can you hear? Oh, you can hear the cat. Yeah. Ow! Don't scratch me. Oh my gosh. She's absolutely destroying my keyboard or mouse pad. Can't say I'm happy about this. Oh my gosh. Choking me. Stop it. Oh my god. That must have hurt. I'll do this like that. And put a little hold on. I'll put a little underlayer here. Whatever. Doesn't work. Doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be super fancy. This is just a proof of concept. Right? So it doesn't have to be amazing. It's nice if it is. But it's not life or death. I mean, after this much effort has been put into this game, I have to finish. Even if I don't finish for the jam, I have to finish for my life. I mean, at least I want to be able to say, well, I made this game. I tested the concept. Like I want to be able to say, okay, well this is fun. There is there is a potential for this versus being like, okay, well, I tried it out. Game Jam was great. There's some things that needs to be fixed, but I probably won't make it or something like that. All right. Got the deck here. What else? I guess if the deck icon goes here, life icon could still be over here, right? Like it's not too crazy to put it over here, I think. Godot says your mouse pad is hers now. Exactly. Um, she's just destroying it. And then discard probably is more like, I don't know. Do I do the same thing but except discard? Flip it horizontally. Put it over here. And then do that. And then maybe this needs to be... Oh my gosh! You can't just crush into my keyboard. Come here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know. You're done sleeping, huh? Jeez. This should be... Oh my... Stop! Jeez. Let's see. This will be discard. I mean, honestly, part of me thinks that it should be changed so that the back of the card is like some sort of different color for discard versus the deck. Out of here. Ugh. So this would be trash, for example. Only reason I chose trash over discard is because it's shorter. Okay, here we go. Boom. Garg. Military says, any excuse to call your ONR trash, huh? Hey, anytime I see an opportunity, I grab it, right? It's trash. But yeah. I mean, aesthetically speaking, it's not half bad, I think. It's convincing. Which is a really a shortcut way of feeling satisfied from seeing your, I guess, completed work. And you can play the game in your head after seeing the image and be like, ooh, now I play in my head. We got the garbage, exhaust, whatever. Maybe they'll put in an exhaust pile here. Pink Autumns 26 says, any experience in Adobe Animate? I'm struggling through a small project due Friday. I need some motivation. Motivation I can give, which is you can do it. I know it takes a lot of work, but you're so close. You got it. But do I have experience? No, I do not. I'm sorry. Military says, you work fast, which speaks to your skill. I do? I never thought I was actually like that fast, but I mean, I'm going to take your word for it. I will take your encouragement. Thank you. Let's say this right there. Okay. We got some of this. We got the life here, which goes down and up and down. Let's see. I have some idea that I can make it go up and down. Like I can have a tint, like a little reddish tint that's kind of semi-transparent and mask the underlying graphics that goes up and down. It would be even cooler if it was animated to be a liquid like, but anyways. Here's that. What else? Maybe there's a component of like Pink Autumn says, love it. Pink Autumn says Suckle is really out of pocket. No, yes, it is out of pocket, but we're trying to have we're trying to have as much fun as possible with this. Randall says I'm writing a deck builder, and your toot really helps on my tutorial. Helpful trying to combine STS with Darkest Dungeon. Oh, I love that. I love that idea. Um, Randall says, for my card art, I am using Python SVG to do my art program, actually. Oh, what do you mean? Like you're programming your own art software? Like to draw your own thing? That's pretty cool. But vector art is probably the way to go for if you're used to that kind of style. I'm like really much a sucker for this like pixelated art style. I just really appreciate it a lot. So like anytime I get a chance, I do it. But I always struggle with this like whole resolution issue because texts are really a killer for pixel art game. But I'd love to see it. Once you get it finished, share it with us. We'd love to see and test your game. Honestly. Military says, I try to learn how to be fast in general, partly on account of all the gems. I mean, it does help. Gems definitely help. But there is, oh my gosh, my cat is like doing all kinds of stuff on my keyboard. But there is a benefit in working slow first. Also, speed comes from practice, doesn't it? Here's a cat. Oh, okay, okay. Um, so I'm sure you'll get there. I feel like I could be faster for sure. I have to say. Oh my gosh, this girl is stubborn right now. She's having such a good time just ruining my workstation. I'm gonna have to move my keyboard and mouse so that she doesn't mess with everything. Oh my goodness. I gotta brush you out. Little sheddy cat. Hi. Stop stepping on my keyboard, please. uh yeah. Oh my goodness. Can you go do something else, please? Dev Kaiser says lol. Yeah. She's just like doing the little biscuit on my keyboard and mouse. Executable says commands. Oh, it works. Hey, look at that. I don't have that much commands right now. Uh, Dev Kaiser says sabotage, but cat version. Exactly. Cabotage. I am reluctant to pet her when she goes on her. She loves getting pet so much that she falls on her side. But I know for a fact if I touch her while she's on her side, she will swipe me. So it's like it's a trick. It's like, "Ooh, I'm so cute. I'm so cute. Pet me." No. That's when you stop petting. Oh, all right. You're done. Hi. Okay, you're done cuz you're really being aggressive. Manuel says, "Cat, meow, meow, meow. I refuse, thanks." Yeah, exactly. Now, truly a catasaur there. All right. Okay, this is looking good. Let's see. We're gonna have probably library key, just like the actual game. Status bar probably is gonna have more icons here. Let's see. We're gonna have something like that. Oh my goodness. You're tripping on my earphone. Stop it. Please. No. Oh. What are we going to do with them? They demand attention at the most inconvenient time, I have to say. Mad. All right. Please. Let's go. Come on. Oh, please. Get off my mouse pad. Oh my gosh. You're crazy out here. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh my goodness. Military says, I remembered while I was in school, I offered to make some assets for a friend of a friend who was making a Doom mod. It was like, yeah, send me something. And I was like, what do you need? What color space does your version of engine use? Got any measurement? And he was like, no, just send. So I sent him some grayish noise rectangle. Hey, look, if the client doesn't know what he wants, I mean, like, it's their fault. Thanks for the follow, Maurice, on Twitch. Godot says, are you streaming until late? Probably gonna leave to make dinner. Oh, yeah. I don't know how late I'm gonna stream. I mean, I think I'm gonna stream for another hour, maybe. Maybe I'll, like, I don't know. I really want to play Marvel Rivals too, so I may do that. But I'll stay on for a little bit longer. We'll see. At least I need to finish this and get programming a little bit and then take a break by playing some Marvel Rivals. I know that's not the content you guys are watching for, but it's a content. Godot says, do midnight again. It's harder now. I have to really plan midnight. Oh my gosh. Oh, she hated that. Hey, hey, hey. You should get out. Okay. Military says, does this not contain you? I don't know what that means. It's provocative. I like it. It does not entertain me, that's for sure. Let's see. I think this works. I was wondering if this will actually look like a deck. This is the basically icon for library, meaning to see everything in your deck. This is your current cards in your deck. This is the library button. And then probably we're going to have a bunch of stuff like, let's see, we have some relics here. Bloody Finger, right? Let's draw Bloody Finger. I wonder if that needs to be down here or over here. It's going to look something like, I think. I'm thinking about it right now. Okay, so if I say something like this. You must bounce on it, crazy style. You know the what do you call the Nosferatu Nosferatu meme? Ow! Cat! Please. Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright, so for example, if this is a relic, if this is a relic, it's a crazy relic. But I'm saying, for example, let me see how it looks. There you go. All right. I mean, it seems like it's looking a little creepy. I think the overall uh, imagery of the game's a little bit like that creepy, slightly edgy, I guess, even though I don't find myself as an edgy person, you know. There you go. Kind of looks like there you go. Yeah. And then probably something like this where there you go. Looks close enough, I think. Just clean up the edges a little bit. Looks like a hand, right, guys? Right? Maybe I could do something like that. Maybe like more circular. Like so. And give it more shade down this way. So there's more definition. Then we'll have a transition color like that. Let's say this is the Bloody Finger relic, for example. Now, I think this would actually look better over here instead of over here. Unless I make this UI status bar not black, but something else. Let's do... I think I could do this. So that way I can make this icon, yeah, have an outline. McRae says, yeah. Yeah, what? DevNG says uncanny vibe. Yeah, exactly. Uncanny vibe. It's like it's kind of, I get what it is, but that's definitely not what it looks like in real life. BrainZap says pixel fonts are my enemy. Exactly. I hate it. Pixel fonts, well, I mean, I can't say I hate it because obviously I like it enough to keep on using it. But in a modern game design world where you're working with multiple resolution screens and you're trying to do kind of retro style, yet trying to be legible, it's definitely a challenge. There you go. Relic, Bloody Finger. Oops. That's one of them. It's ironic. Well, I mean, it's coincidental that it's pointing at the thing. All right, let's. What else is there? False idol. Right. Okay, we're gonna make a false idol real quick. Gonna be something like this. And I guess this will be the base. And we'll generally do something. It seems like we're doing lighting on this side. So it's gonna be probably something like this, honestly. Gonna be a voluptuous idol here. Then we'll do one of these things. Reduce the color. One down. Military says, you don't like drawing 12 variations of the same 50 signs over and over again? Yeah, I know that that is the favorite activity for most people, but no, I don't. Gee. Okay. It needs to feel a little bit more voluptuous, I think. You might be wondering, what is this an idol of? You know? Now that is a question that we don't like to ask here. The idea is that general invocation of the feeling of what it is, but never clear what it actually is. That's the name of the game here. Always. I mean, I have an idea of what it is, but, you know, I like to leave it really up to the interpretation of people. That's generally what I like to do. And then maybe I'll put some expression here by putting in really dark dimps. Go. I guess that could be the question for y'all. What is this a false idol of? Okay. Whatever. This works. We don't want to be too too caught up with the actual image. But I suppose that makes it so that the library should probably belong over here, honestly. Like that. And then this will be the list of all the um, relics. Let's see what it looks like. Looking pretty good. Looks like a game. Are we missing anything here? Military says, "Oh, Weedle Peep, yeah, Weedle People." Bandana Dan says, "It's an enchanted cauliflower." Yes, exactly, because it purifies your blood. Remember. Um, Bandana Dan says, "Game Dev cooking live, instant sub. The algorithm knows me too well." Wait, I'm cooking live. Oh yeah. Oh right. Yeah. I know what you mean. Of course. Hey, fellow kids. I know what cooking means. Yeah. Ah, jeez. How to be instantly uncool. But thanks. Thanks for the follow. Oh wait, did somebody follow me? Did I not thank someone? Maurice, thanks for the follow. Did I already say that? I don't know. You know, life is rough sometimes. Um okay, what else? All right, so we got the mock-up. Thanks for the follow on Twitch, Manuel Delorito. I hope I said that right. There's no way of knowing. Okay. UI resolution mockup. Now I have to do this because Pirate Jam requires that you submit a game design doc. But I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it because this has been fun, and also, as I keep saying over and over again, a lot of the thoughts I'm putting into it to create this doc is a thought and work I had to do anyways if I just kind of straight up did it. It's just more organized. It's forcing me to organize myself. So I don't hate that. Um, Instead of calling a mockup, this will be game level, like a round. So we got something here. What else? I mean, obviously, I do want to have like a little health bar over the characters, which I don't want to mock up right now. That's easy to program. Um, should I do between levels, or should it be just like increment instead of there being like a roguelike elements where you choose where to go and where to shop? For this particular experiment or experience, should it be just increasing automatically in difficulty? It might be okay. I might do a curated experience. Um, and it might not even be roguelike in that the enemies are not, what do you call? But I still need the between the level upgrades because the whole point is that you're supposed to grab more cards, right? Bandana Den says, ha ha ha, I'm 38, but I coach high school kids and inevitably I learned their language. I guess that makes sense. Well, I'm not too far away from you either. I'm 35, so I'm over here. Mid 30s with hope and a dream. This is pretty cool though. I like the way they designed this. But I don't think I can get there. You know what? I can get there. Like, but that's not the point, I think. How about between the level design? Oh, something fell. Anyways, not that important right now. Okay. What else? What else? Between the level upgrades, right? Trash deck. We have the UI. This is 960 by 540. That was too big. This is actually we fixed it to be um sprite canvas size is 640 by 360. 640 by 360. Okay. I mean, I think this is enough for now. Do I have everything I need to start implementing? I think so. I mean, I haven't done the detailed design of how the cars are going to be designed, but that's okay. All right. This is a good break time. I'm not going to stop the stream just yet. I will be back, but I am going to go pick up some packages downstairs. Or when I say downstairs, you don't know where I live. You don't know what that means. I'm going to go pick up my package that I know is delivered before somebody takes it. And then I'm going to do a little bathroom break and I won't be back. Um, Unfortunately, ad just ran. So that means you guys are going to get some chair stream for a little bit. So I'll be back. Don't be too bored. BRB. Hey, Seaweedle. I was in picking up stuff. And I noticed the cat litter was a bit of a mess, so I kind of sorted that out. Let's see. Well, we're done with the chair stream now. We're back. We're back in action. Being a solo dev is a hassle, isn't it? Okay, so I think potentially until we get to the upgrade page, we're in it. We're in the implementation stage now. We got most of the things we need. So let's do that. We're going to get the easy stuff out of the way. Let's see how having done the what do you call game design doc helps. How much it helps. We're going to create probably a main scene as we always do. That's going to be the main thing. Do some project setup here. We set it's going to be 640 by 360. Let's do full screen for now. And all of this is set up. Base color, this is already the background. And I'm going to just pop in some of the UIs, okay? ASAP. Canvas layer. This is going to be the UI layer. And first thing first, I want this top bar. So we'll put status bar as a color rect. And this is going to be called status bar. Mouse stops, great. And the color choice, good thing we all have our palettes here, is this thing. I might have to come back and figure out the color situation because I have an issue with what do you call washing out, choosing colors that are not highly contrasting enough, so it feels a little washed out. But I think I should be okay. I'll check what the size of this is actually, so we can formalize this. 33 by 36. I was very close to 32 by 32. Let's make it so that the status bar is 2 pixel top and bottom on a 32 by 32 icon. So that means on the layout, this is going to be filling the top wide, and on the transform, the Y will be 32 plus 4, which is 36. Wow, I really did it perfectly. Because right here, you see how it says 33 by 36? That means this icon, if I actually like select the icon, is 32 wide. Jeez. We're here, guys. We are doing it. Chris says set custom minimum Y instead. You're right. Uh-huh. You are right. Okay, and then I'm going to draw this icon right here, which I think is just simply a 32 by 32, honestly. We'll center this like that. Looks centered. And we'll save this. This will go to icons. This will be library icon. And obviously we've got to export that. And guess what? I am being a little bit adventurous at the moment. I definitely actually might have to do here. I mean, technically, container. I want this to flow from the right, and I want the other ones to flow from the left. So I think I don't need a container for this one because I just need a pivot, or not pivot, just the anchor. It'll be library or texture button. Library button. It starts as that on normal. Sprites icon, library icon, normal. And we gotta do project render 2D. Do all these things. Filtering, actually. Filter textures nearest to retain that pixelated look. Let's see, stretch mode, probably keep. Not gonna stretch this at all. Layout, we're probably gonna do anchoring here. Center left. Move it over to center right. How does that look? Cool. The texture itself is not centered because probably of the thing. We're gonna reset the position actually. Right. Good enough. Not gonna worry too much about that. I'm probably gonna give a little bit of margin. If it was panel, this was panel, I could do that probably, but is that technically the excuse me, right thing to do? Probably. The heck? I'm just gonna minus 16. Let's see. What kind of effect do I want? Hover. Probably should outline. So we'll say edit FX outline. That's different styles of outlining here. I'll do that. And then outline color. We'll choose the bright yellow. No. The black? No. The white. Yes. Okay. This will get selected. Hover. So we'll have library button hover. Oh. And then pressed. Probably. I think the focus and hover is basically the same thing. I don't know what click mask is, so I'll have to search that. Pressed will just make that probably black. Or I gotta get it from the this. And then the white probably becomes. Actually, I don't need outline for that, do I? I think I just need to replace the whole thing to probably something red. Because that's still vibrant. Boom. And this will be pressed. Simple enough. Nothing crazy here. Disabled doesn't require disable, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. And then we're going to have probably some sort of container. That's probably not a container. Grid or flow? Let's say VBox, or not VBox, HBox container here, which is gonna just stretch to the full length of it. I'm not going to worry about this right now because there's no way. There's no way it's going to fill up all the way there. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. It's going to be relic bar. And that's okay. To save. All right. Let's say this is a relic. I'm going to copy and paste. 32 by 32. Icons will be blood, the finger, relic. Naming pattern, relic underscore bloody finger. Not that it matters. Then we'll export this. Kitty, you must go. You must go. There is no room for you. My goodness. Never enough. Oh. Loop-de-loop. Jeez. Okay. Oh my gosh. Really pushing me up here. False idol this one. Okay. Got relic. False idol. Export this out. All right. What we're going to do here, we'll create a new folder for relics. And we'll create a scene. Not data-based. I think I'm just going to do, well, technically, because I'm going to have to be like, hey, players have relics. And then we're going to have a graphical representation of what relics are as an icon. So we can have a relic icon here, relic icon. A relic icon is going to be, it is a 2D scene, but more importantly, it's a control of some sort. And mainly it's texture, I think. So I'll say it's texture rect for now. And I think, based on its name, it should get the sprites. Should I make it so that it's automatic, or should I make it so that it's assigned? If it's automatically loading the sprite based on the name, it reduces some work, so I don't have to create a scene for each one of them. And at the end of the day, it's essentially just that. So maybe I'll do that. What is it? Class name, relic, icon, oops. Icon, I mean, it didn't really need to be its own scene, but I think when it gets loaded is when it gets activated. So when it gets created, it's going to have some sort of name. I suppose it should come with it, so it should be relic name, which is a string. And this is an instantiation rather than init. Right? Can I don't know. I'm not familiar with this. I know I had a lot of trouble using customized node with the init node versus instantiating nodes and scene instances. Get node. Like, it wasn't creating it properly. I remember there was an issue with that. But because when you're instantiating, you're preloading the scene. You know what? I don't even need to do this. You know what? Yes. Yes. And I should probably do this on ready, because ready is when it enters a tree, right? I can just be like texture equals load. The name. Not a good practice, but I think it works. So if I do image, Chris says, I would make relic resource and give this to the relic icon to display in the head bar. I know, but I'm trying not to do resource thing. Separating into a resource is always like, it's because it's like an extra step and an extra resource to manage. And honestly, relic is in name only, and its functionality will be handled by its own thing anyways. Like each individual components will handle what that means. So I know what you're saying, which is like, hey, if you have a relic resource, then on ready I could just be like texture equals relic.texture. Don't you have relic tooltips, relic active state maybe? Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. Fine. You speak the truth. That should probably be keep scale, keep layout. I think it should still be 32. And then for anchor presets, I'm not sure about this one right now. It's gonna have to be shrink center for now. Let's see what happens. Script, relic resource, last name, relic resource. It's gonna be resource, export var, relic name, relic tooltip, and then probably relic texture for now. That means over here, I'm gonna get texture like so. And technically, if I want to test it out, I could just do this as export. And I can say resource, create resource, like resource here, bloody finger. And then create new one under resource, which is relic resource. And call this false idle, for example. I can go over here, say bloody finger, and give it the texture of bloody finger. And then I can open up the other one, call this false idle, give false idle here. So technically, and relic icon, there's no reason for this to not be a tool. I could just test it by bringing relic icon here, which it'll break. Oh wait, I'm doing it on ready though. God, I hate this though. Okay. could just update this. There you go. And I could add another one. Boom. And then I could do this. There you go. Okay. Cool. Kind of as intended. If I want some margin, I could also add this out. Positionally speaking, I could just customize it, I guess, and have a little bit of an offset. I can give 16 as an offset here. And then right should be 32, I think. Oops. Minus 32. Plus 16. 48. Should probably give another 16, right? Little respectable range. Separation. Is there separation on this one? Separation. Is that 0? I don't think 0 is good. I think I'm going to do 2 here. Cool. Now I can just add relic icons and then give it the resource and it'll just pop up. So that's there. Chris says, don't you ever... Oh, yeah. We already read that. We're good here. Thanks for the good tip. Good tip. What else? All right. Now we have the icon bar, the library. We're probably going to make make a deck thing. We'll probably have to do a bunch of different decks. We're going to create a folder, deck, create a new script, deck resource. And deck resource just probably is going to be class name deck resource. It's just going to be a series of cards. Right. Technically, it could be our export, because if I want to make it a starting deck, I could just do that. So we can have array of cards, I suppose. Cards. Guess create its own folder and have a card as well. Script. Source. There you go. Oh, ref counted. Class name. Card resource. Then we can have our card name. Export var card description. Export var card. There's some consideration that I'm going through in my head. But we'll see. I'm having flashbacks to my deck builder tutorial video. Because I've done some of these things and then I've made my different decisions throughout and I changed my decision throughout. So I'm like, do I do that? Do I do not? Yeah. So I think we haven't decided on all the things yet of what kind of cards we're going to have. Thanks for the sub, Cedric, on YouTube. That's one thing that we haven't decided on yet, so we might have to be a little bit careful here. What we're going to do, since we do have the library button, doesn't really matter. I don't like overloading the concept of resource with the functionality that is related to it. Oh, var. So for example, like you have a deck resource, that means it's an array of cards, and then naturally there's like functionalities that comes along with it, right? So all those things are functions that are related to the resource, and I don't like to tie it. And I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's just like my industry practice, because I don't know that, like, that's definitely not something that I've heard from the Godot's perspective from people. But for example, I like having like stuff like this, right? Deck helper, deck resource helper, or deck helper, or deck function. That's a ref counted, because it's straight up functionality, and you know it can be used by different parts of the game. And I like to make it ref counted, and I also like to make it um all the functions in it static, meaning all the parameters that is required for the functionality is provided as a parameter, and there's absolutely no instance of the helper. Like, it's like one-time use. But who knows? Who knows if that's appropriate or not? I mean, you could say, hey, it's a helper, so you could just like, when you instantiate it, you could always give, hey, you can always give it as a parameter or as a constructor parameter, so that you never have to provide the deck itself as the argument of the function call, which makes it cleaner. So I don't know. Bunch of things to decide on. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so we have the item bar. We're gonna make some cards here, I think. Card icon. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna create a setting, and we're gonna say card UI. Well, let's see. I can tell myself. I can promise myself anything that is a data. Oh, it's getting darker in here. Gonna turn on some lights here. We've been at it for quite a bit today. Unusually long stream. I think Game Jam streams tend to be a little bit long. I'm gonna turn the light behind me, because there's a lot of work to be done. But this will be a true telltale sign, I suppose, of if I've learned anything from my own tutorial. if I go over here and be like, I don't know what to do after having written my own tutorial, that means I really learned nothing. And I should be ashamed of myself. Let's say card UI. Let's make this a control for now, since this is a UI. It technically could be a node, but it's a UI. I named it UI, so I should keep it a UI. Let's see. Okay. So far, according to the design over here on the mock-up, stop it. This cat really wants to just swipe at me right now. I'd say it's like slightly bigger than. Okay, it's 86 by 96 with the margin. That looks more like, hey, get out of here. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Get out. Jeez. Oh my goodness. That's probably like more like, let's see, 32, 64, 64 plus 32 maybe. That's 90, 96. Oh wow. Look at my selection ability. I said 96, and over here is 96. That's crazy. I scare myself sometimes. Let's see. I wonder if panel will work. Because technically a panel... Nah. Well, whatever. I'll draw the base. I'll draw it separately. So we got something by 96. 86 it says. 86, 4, 84, 82. Does this look right? Maybe. And then we'll get the palette out. And this is the base. I suppose we could finesse it a little bit so that it's not just a square. Maybe give it a little rounded corner. One of these. Not bad. Certainly it's not going to be enough space for fonts, so we're going to have to worry about this later. Maybe we need to make it longer. Boneless Devil says, "Hey yo, what's up? Hey, what's up, Boneless? Thanks for joining." Military says, "Are you listening to anything, or are the earphones just for comfort?" It's for notification. Notification. When people say something, or like if there's notification for like, I don't know, somebody joined the stream, like when people were gifted subbing earlier. All those things are kind of relevant. It's for those things. Let's see. We got the base. I'm gonna say that is the base card. Let's see. I might want it to be a little bit taller though. Right? I'm gonna make it a little bit taller because I do want to fit some text. Let's do 16 more so I can fit one more row of text, right? Because if the font size is 16, it makes sense. Boom, boom. There you go. So no, it's not just for comfort. It does serve a function. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Okay. Suppose sprites. I'll make cards. This will be base face. Having an A sprite version for every single one of these things is going to be hectic eventually, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Keep size, keep layout. I don't know about this. Technically, if I set the card size to be the size of the card, I shouldn't do that, did I? If it is contained, I think there's no issue with it. Technically this should be the, what is it, the 9 division texture. This is the base plate. I don't want to mess with that right now. Okay. All right. Next, we got the little blood icon thing right here. I'm gonna say, I mean, this is 32 by 32. This is a little bit smaller than that. That should be about 16 by 16 icon, I think. And load that in. Military says, "Hey, you. Sometimes I make my chat meow." What? What are you talking about? I answered your question, right? Why would I make my chat meow? For fun? I guess that could be fun. Okay, there we are. All right, we're gonna do real quick a little blood drop icon. For, doesn't quite work because it's even number. We'll see. Too small. It got cut off. Let's see. Maybe it should be a little bit taller. Let's say canvas size will be height is maybe plus like 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. No, a little bit less. Maybe it should be 2. 1. Too much structure here. Like that. One more. There you go. Kind of. Like that. Too pretty, I think, but we'll see. Simple face, actually. We don't want it to be too crazy in design so that the readability is not sacrificed too much. We'll say dum 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 dum. Yeah, then this will all be like that. This will go 2, 3, 4, 5. Do this. Right, and then really dark color down here. More formal. There you go. Good enough. It's not rounded on purpose. Because if I make it too round, I don't think. I mean, it's not even that important, it being like 3-dimensional. The whole point is that it needs to be a plate. So I think it being a little flat is actually a benefit. For readability, I think. Okay, I'm looking at the thumbnail. When I usually work on these, I'm focusing on looking at what this looks like rather than this. Okay, we're going to call this sprites, cards, and this is a cost icon. And export cost icon. Now Trey says, typing with one hand and eating pizza with others. See a little distracted. I see. I want some pizza. I should get pizza for dinner, honestly. Could use a good old pizza. Whoops, not cut. Let's see. We're gonna put another texture rack. Just gonna be cost. And we'll just do one of these things real quick. Keep size. I think keep aspect more than anything, honestly. In case I do want to change its size. You know what? I'm going to do keep here. Keep, and then set this custom minimum size to be the size of the sprite, which is 16 by 21. And then reset the transformation here. For layout mode, I mean, it's top left. But I also want to kind of shift it over a little bit. I'll put this 2, 2, that. I mean, it being a little bit out of the thing is not terrible either, but doesn't need more margin. Maybe, I don't know. It's a little bit big. Maybe that's okay. See, cost label. And this will be like 1 here. Let's see. Let's find the font that works for us for this particular game. I think this font is actually not bad. I use that font quite a lot actually for a lot of my fantasy type of game. Makes me wonder if I should do something else. Open in File Manager. Let's go look for it. Time to haunt. Dialogue under dialogue. Elgard TF. I'll use that. Bring it down here. Whoops. Where are you, pirate? Pirates. Font. There you go. We got some. We got fonts here. Honestly, hey, what's the difference between doing the font here versus label setting? Like, is there a reason I would choose one or the other? Because I haven't figured it out yet. If there's an actual, like, purpose for that. Let me know. Layout, I think, is probably 32 by 32. No. This one is 16 by 21. So we're going to probably just do full rect on this, honestly. So it fits the base. Why? Oh, because of this. There you go. Feels not centered. Not centered. But I'm guessing if I do 2, 3. I mean, yeah, it does actually not feel centered. Let's see if I can shift this over by 1 pixel. There you go. That feels a little bit better. Okay. We got the cost with the cost label. Title. Chris says label setting is better than theme. Is it? I always do it by just label setting, but a lot of the tutorials out there are always using the, what do you call, theme override. So I was like, why are they doing that? Not sure. Also, I don't know why it would be better, but you know, it is what it is. Label setting, at least you can make a common setting, I suppose. You could be like, save this and say, I don't know. Or should go font and say, base label. And then I can just use it, I guess. In priority, label setting overrides theme. Oh, I see. Military says theme override seems like something you are allowed the player to fiddle with from runtime. Is it? I mean, like, I feel like you could do both. It's, I don't know what's easier to access, honestly. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I see. The number is actually not, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay. This is going to bother someone. I know that. I might have to change the cost icon. Here. I know this is going to bother someone, so I'm going to do this right now. There you go. Export cost icon. Yes. All right. Hey, there you go. A little better. It felt lopsided because of the way the highlighting was done or the shading was done. Military says, just depends on which content you're trying to provide. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if it works, it works at the end of the day for me. Not my kitty just rubbing her face all over ESCK. You can't do that. You can't do that. All right, that's enough. Don't you think so? Don't you think it's enough? No? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, you mean, hello? Oh, what is that on your nose? Gross. Snot. Gross. How about you get out of here? about it. Okay. My goodness. Okay, so we got the cause. We're gonna get the text name here. Probably though, what we want to do. There's a script. We're gonna do a card UI script here. UI. Hopefully I saved it on the right spot. Yeah. And we're probably going to do one of these things where our card resource, which is going to be card resource here. This is one of those things that I want to do it on runtime because like the cost is changing actively. And I don't think the set will trigger if I say get card resource property of the node and then change the property within the property. So unless I want to be like, I probably want to make a function for those things specifically. For changing values should never be done directly or something like that. That could be a rule for myself. But for now, I'm just going to do it under process because I don't want to think about it. Chris says label setting can be shared between labels, but theme override is just property. Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying. Like I feel like that's the one main thing where you could actually configure a setting so that you don't have to redo it every time and you can just kind of load it. And your UX designer could, for example, change a setting and it applies to the entire game without you having to go through each one of them. So I feel like anything permanent or anything that can be like, I feel like, yeah, using label setting is probably a better practice in general. And not just using label setting, but using actually a saved resource that is a label setting. I think that's what I'm feeling. Either way, in practice, that's where we're at. Say card resource. Card. I guess I need to do that too. Oh. Cost. Not gonna worry about base cost, active cost. We're not gonna worry about that just now. And I'll probably do this 0 by default. Then next, I'm gonna do name, label, card name, which is so big. So big. Let's see. I figured I was gonna make it really bad. It has to be 16 here. Choices. Am I confident that all the cards that I'm going to create or name after this will be shorter than a certain size? Am I confident in that? And the answer is no, if you ask me. So either I get a new font or decide that the card is going to be bigger. Card is going to be bigger. What will it be, Mr. Anderson? Oh, probably bigger. I'll increase it. Sprite, canvas size. Let's add 16 more to the side here. One of those wide cards. I have a feeling. I have a feeling this is not going to be the last of this issue that I'm going to experience. But we move on with faith, don't we all? Base face, keep size, keep. I haven't done any sizing issue here. Position 0, 0. There's no assumption here. No assumption here. Cool. So nothing that relies on size directly. So we're good, I think. I do want to make it like this. Here, let me do top alignment actually. Okay. Car name is here, and we're going to say that means car name. Oops. Card name text will equal to card resource card name. No flavor text, no description, I think. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. And then we're saying there's going to be some graphics here, which I don't know if I'm going to add here. Suppose Carface could have it. I don't know where it needs to start. Thanks for the sub, Gabrielle. On YouTube. I mean, let's see. We are already using about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16 pixels down here. Plus 2 more. Probably it's like 18. No. What's this? Yeah, 18. So it needs to be down here. 16, 17, 18. Maybe like this. And, I mean, probably this. I would think. About this much should occupy the graphical section, don't you think? I think so. So we have that. Have some sort of drawing, some description here. In this font size? Yeah, I don't know about that. That's going to be huge. What do I do? Do I draw my own version of this? Instead of going hunting for font, now I make my own font real quick. How ridiculous is that? I wonder if I can open font with... No, I can't. I mean, there is a PNG versions. Let's see. Drawing font for Godot PNG. I don't know what the base like format is because I never actually had to draw my own. Bitmap font. Is it technically a bitmap font? No. WOF. Character ranges. I suppose I could just open the font file here real quick and see what that looks like. Oversampling, language overwrite doesn't matter. Interesting. Loading a font file. Font outlines, I don't care. Creating my own font, please. I know it's not a Godot specific thing, creating your own file. Maybe I could do that. Make font with a sprite. Maybe that's the thing. Oh, did I just, what happened? Creating font with a sprite. Okay. Da-da-da. Oh. Font custom to be used in your project. This one is actually some sort of script that I can run, but I don't want to deal with that right now. Oh well. I'll just find a really tiny font here. Label. I'm going to say this is some sort of description. Description of the card that does something, blah, blah, blah. Well done. Something like that. And I think this one should fill this up. And label setting, instead of using the base label setting, we need a title label. So we're going to create a new one. And once again, we'll go hunting for our fonts here. Good thing I bought a bunch. Open file manager. I think I might have a tiny font that I downloaded for yeah. I think this is pretty tiny. 36, 18, 12. It goes down all the way down to 12, which is 4 pixels smaller than 16. And it seems like it's a single line font. Right? It's either that. Equipment, not this. Urban. And urban is 20. It's really big. So I think I'm going to try to copy this one. I'll import this one. Pirate. There you go. Let's see if it works well. Font here. Do this, and then we'll put down 12. Wait, you claimed you can do 12. Maybe that's just not how font works. Seems like it works best on 16. Even though it's not, this is not 16. Weird. All right. No complaints here. I'm gonna do left top auto wrap. Smart, I guess. Layout custom minimum will be the size. I think I want to do at least as wide. No, I'm not going to do this actually. I'll do this, and then perhaps just control the size this way, so I don't have to worry about this too much. Still a lot. Maybe I need to center this. Yeah, I can fit 3 lines. If I reduce the line spacing to 0, I might even do -8, -4. I can fit a lot more. Not bad. Not the best, but not bad. Okay. Maybe it needs to be a little bit taller. We're going to get a humongous card over here. It turns out. I mean, if I can fit this much, I think most things should be explainable within this many words. That's on me if I can't. So I'll increase the length. Let's do plus 16 as well. Okay. Export base face. Boom. All right, cool. Good enough. I'd say. And I'll squash it down here. And technically, maybe I could just do center, so that it's also centered here. Boom. Beautiful. Description. Card disk. And I would say over here, card disk text will equal to card resources. Card description. Easy. It's going to update normally. Looks fine. And we have a card in our hand. Now that we have a card, Chris says, maybe try disabling subpixel positioning in the font import setting. Sometimes this does something, sometimes it doesn't do anything. Where'd it go? Sometimes you do need to do oversampling. Yeah, it's kind of funky because right now, clearly, 16 pixel is how it's configured. But then the actual font pixel size is not 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 8 by 8 pixel font. So it's actually an 8 pixel font. But on the label setting, you still need to, like, it's just whatever. Like, I hate this part of the font selection and configuration process. Because it's like, you just kind of need to figure out what the base font size is, but it's not reliable information to know what the actual font size is. It might just have a lot of white space. Then you have to be like, okay, well, this is an 8 pixel. If this isn't 16 pixel size, that means I need to get rid of 8 pixel gap. Just annoying. In general. But what can I say? It is what it is. Did it re-import? I think so. Yeah, same thing. I mean, maybe it's a little better. Disabled. Re-import. It closes itself. Reset. Save. Bring it over. Save. 16 versus 12. I think it is actually designed to be 16 because I had to give a -3 line spacing to make it work. So I think it's okay. By default, this is going to be a little bit complicated because I will be adding a function where part of the description. You know what? I don't have to do that actually. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like how the font is designed, honestly, I think. It's not a real problem. Okay. Next up, I'm not going to worry about the texture just yet because that's not really my problem at the moment. We have a status bar, we have the UI, we have the card. Card is going to be part of the UI as well, actually, because it doesn't matter where the game is, it needs to be scaling depending on the resolution of the screen, right? Because we wanted it to center. So we're gonna put the card here. What else do we have? We need health orb on the UI mockup, which is right here. We have the stage. A lot of things to do. A lot of things to do. Let's see. Kind of want to take a break. I gotta go play some Marvel Rivals. And then eat dinner. And then maybe just do this again. But we've been on stream for quite a bit. I'm not Hypnotics. Certainly not. I can't stream for hours on end. So I think we'll call it a day for now. Let's see. Once again, thanks for joining. It's 512 here where I am. And for those of us who's joining in Twitch, we'll send you over somewhere. We got Jispo here, which is just starting the stream, and we got Hypnotics here, who is also doing the jam. So I think it's appropriate that we go to Hypnotics, right? Well, anyways, thanks for joining, everyone. Please make sure you hop on here, and we're going to have a great time. So I will see you next time. Share chat. What is that? Oh, do you share chat? Hey, what's the proper way of rating? Do I stop my stream? Should I not stop my stream? I don't know. Doesn't matter. All right. Get out of here. I'll see you later. Bye.